Hello, happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Pyanodons. Before we get started, I have a couple announcements. One, I have a new edited video up on the Edited Videos channel. That's a thing you're into. Go check it out. I'm trying to do Greg Tech New Horizons again. So modded Minecraft. It's not as tight of an edit as the 100 Days of Pi video. I'm trying to find a happy medium kind of between my rambling streams and that like really tight edit. So I'm going to keep experimenting with that a little bit through that series. And the other announcement is this Friday's stream is going to be... I'm having a brain fart already. It's Steam Next Fest, so I'm going to be doing a bunch of random stuff for Next Fest. And I'm happy to have suggestions for games to play. All right, announcements are out of the way. Let's do that. And then let's figure out what we want to be starting to work on today. I think the main goal, well, two main goals. One is we need to get science running more reliably, and that means glass needs to run more reliably, and that means we need more fuels. So one of our big things today is going to be fuels. I spent some time thinking about this over the weekend. I chatted with some folks in the Discord. I have some thoughts there for the liquid fuel problem. And then the other thing is getting all of this fully working, right? Getting Mech Parts 2 to actually turn on. And I think for most of these parts, the thing they're waiting on is the Mark 1 parts, and we can scale up the Mark 1 parts without too much concern. But obviously for like electronics, that's a different situation. MOSFETs are still a problem, and epoxy might remain a problem. EVA, red circuits, and Nextlit batteries we still haven't even built. We knew those were going to be kind of one of the last things we did. But I want to get liquid fuel for glass figured out first, because that is breaking science. And then once we have that figured out, we will be able to think about scaling up. And I actually already spent a little bit of time in YFC. Hey, look, it's even on the right page. Just kind of mathing out what adding a few extra assemblers to our Mech Parts 1 build would look like, so that we can get all of these things sort of coming out at a little bit of a better rate. So this is kind of what I settled on, so we'll have to add a few more assemblers. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there were 12 of these before, so another 4, so like 8 automated factories, another clay pit. Maybe one more electric boiler. But it should be a pretty quick upgrade, but we will have to reroute some things because we're doing some direct insertion from train stations there. So once we start to, like utility boxes, gotta put this stuff on belts instead of, pretty much everywhere. We're gonna have to figure out not direct insertion. So we'll have some cleanups and some refactoring to do when we do that. But that will be after fuels. So fuels, the thing that I was thinking about scaling, and I think the thing that's going to be easiest to scale, where's aromatics from tar? Here we go. This guy. That makes tall oil, aromatics, and light oil from tar. We can double this easily, I think. without risking hitting the next, build, maybe. Yeah, we have space here. Double these ones is no problem. We will have to get more tar extractors going. I guess, I mean, the options are, I guess, the little tar extractors, which can go anywhere. Think they can go anywhere? Yeah. Pump jack, tar. No. This is the one that makes tar anywhere I want. And the tar extractors make tar here. Yeah. Obviously, this is the preferred one. If I look for some bitumen seeps, they are all over the place, really. We could grab this one and hook it up to rails here. That would be easy enough. There's one down here. Is there an easy place we could hook that up to rails? There's a couple options around there. So I think we can pretty easily drop a couple of tar extractors and get them hooked up to our system and scale up our tar to tall oil. So that's what we want to do first. Grab a couple tar extractors. Let's grab a few DDCs. And let's get that done. Oh, I don't have tar extractors? Huh. All right. I don't have tar extractors. We might, yeah, have some issues with getting those built initially. Let's at least get the DDC upgrades done for the tall oil build, and then we'll figure out the tar extraction afterwards. Yeah, I think just the Logibots are still struggling with some things. I added intermetallics to our requests here, right? Yes. We are making them now, right? Yes. Yes, I did do this build. Okay. Oh, and that's almost good. We'll get a train load of intermetallics from the rail base back to the mall pretty soon, and that'll help with the mall catching up on all the things it needs to catch up on. Small parts, doing okay. So where was that aromatics from tar is bottom center. Okay. All right, bots, bring me a few more belts. I feel bad when I start walking away and the bots are just kind of chasing after me, far too slow to actually catch up and deliver the things they're trying to deliver. I don't know why I feel bad. They are made to serve. All the way down at the bottom? Yeah. Alright, that should be all those doubled. And this guy just needs it now. How did I even do this one? 1, 2... Oh, interesting. I did those up there. Why? Why would I do that like that? Alright, let's change this. Oh god. There we go. That's how I want them aligned, I think. Yes. Aromatics out. Tall oil out. Tall oil is already set up as a fuel. Yes. Aromatics. This aromatics is not set up to go to diesel. And I think that's okay. Because my other aromatics will just go to diesel more. Like, if this backs up on aromatics, that might be acceptable. We'll find out. Alright, so as long as this keeps getting deliveries of tar, and right now it's not, because we're not actually making enough tar, and that's where we need a couple more of those tar extractors so we can get a little more tar going consistently. Yeah, once this gets its first load of intermetallics, that is a lot of intermetallics for the bots to have fun with at the mall. So, that'll help. But yeah, I'm really not making enough tar right now. So that is, coal plus coarse fraction directly into tar. Interesting. Yeah, Keragen. Actually, you know what? We could set this up. I don't know how much Keragen I'm making, but right now it's all kind of being voided back into the belt base and doing weird stuff, and I don't think I need that in the belt base. There's also this recipe that I don't think I'm using. Coke fluidization uses copper. And then we're into other stuff. All right. What's the threshold on this set to? 50K. Okay, that makes sense. Because I think I have some stuff that uses tall oil specifically, which means I want to not turn it all into fuel. That's fine. That's fine. We do need more tar production, though. I think I just kind of have to wait for the bots to catch up on making a couple of these tar extractors for me, though. That's realistically all that we can do. So I'll check back in on that later. And for now, I think we can move on to the other thing that I said I wanted to start with, which was expanding Mech Parts 1 a little bit. I think I said I needed 8 more automated factories and 1 clay pit and 1... one electric boiler. And this should help Mech Parts 1 just get itself fully caught up and rebuffered and get parts being pushed down into Mech Parts 2, which is what we're waiting on there. Obviously, that doesn't help with the silicon side of things and with our whole hydrogen peroxide situation, but I don't really know what to do about the whole hydrogen peroxide situation, so... we did expand our Xiophos last week. We're up to 8 of these guys. And we do have better Xi recipes coming with water invertebrates too. So we'll need to look into if adding blood meal to our Xis or researching Xiopho 2s is worthwhile. And that'll also get us finally this shell to lime recipe, which we are going to need to deal with all of the shells from the Xis that we are ethically converting into blood. So I really don't want to scale Xis too much until we have that shell recycling recipe. Because if everything blocks up on shells, I'm going to be sad. And I'd rather everything just kind of work slowly and keep working. Oh, we must have just gotten something. Oh, here we go. This is going to bring up the intermetallics. Beautiful. I could also, I guess, add circuits from the rail base up here. Like, I imagine green circuits are just, like, backed up. Yeah, let's do that while we're here, while we're thinking about it. There we go. That is, that's in construction bot range, so the construction bots should actually be able to figure that one out on their own. And then we'll just have another input into the belt base, into the mall, from the rail base, and that is fine. All right, mech parts. Let's get these scaled up. What's the black thing between the rails? It's a tile, yeah, it's asphalt. Which I have a bunch of in my inventory. Why did I choose asphalt instead of concrete? I think at the time I had a lot of spare bitumen, so I was just turning it into asphalt. I kind of regret that choice now because I'm using bitumen now and I have heaps of spare concrete, but I can't change the aesthetics now. I've made a decision, I gotta stick to it. Let's see, for utility boxes, we have 5 inputs: tin cable, plastic bars, simple circuits, copper, and iron. All right. It was a sink for bitumen? Okay. Copper plate and iron plate. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to shift this up 1. This copper plate actually needs... It'd be nice to have a second one. Yeah, and tinned cable could probably even be like a... Oops. And then plastic bars and simple circuits are both small quantities, so... Okay. No, not control panels. Utility boxes. All right, that is utility boxes running significantly faster now. Up next, what are these ones? Control panels. I said I wanted 2 factories on control panels. All right. And these guys have also 5 ingredients. Cool. But all of them are very low utilization. So, not as big of a deal. Here, let's just like grab this general shape, flip it horizontally, kind of drop it right here. Get rid of one of them. Put this, like, there. Alright, inputs to this are all very low quantity, so it doesn't really matter what I do with them. Cool. Let's just start with batteries. Actually, all right, that was slightly too aggressive of an inserter choice. We can use yellow inserters. Circuits, glass, quartz. Glass and quartz combined are, yeah, small quantities. And then, what's our last ingredient? Iron plates, okay. That should be control panels running a lot faster now, too. Up next is brakes, and brakes are going to need a bigger refactor, because this is just, like, a bigger mess. I need a third clay pit, which is fine. Needs to feed into this, though, and we need to get things in and out of this, and then we're going to have 2 factories here, so that's going to need some, I mean, everything here just needs to be rebuilt, basically, is what I'm saying. And let's also not squeeze that through there anymore, because I don't think we have to. All right, so for brakes, 1 a second, 1 a second, 1 a second, 0.5 a second. We need 2 a second duralumin. Steel and vitrolloy are small, so we'll do steel and vitrolloy together. And then Duralumin is 2 a second. That's going to need a blue inserter, and everything else is yellow inserters. Duralumin, what have we got? Glass, copper, and small parts. And then we're also going to have the ceramic, and then we're going to have to figure out how to get the actual stuff out of this. So this is going to be a fun one. We might have to do a little bit of belt weaving. Or belt braiding. So, high pressure furnace. Just make space for this over here, and then we'll figure out how to route everything around afterwards. High pressure furnace, we have 3 clay pits feeding into that. And then for steam, we have 2 electric boilers. And a water input. There we go. And we're using the non-salt recipe. Okay. We've got clay here that we need to bring out. Let's figure out our inputs here first. If we do something like that. So we've got, for vitriloy steel, we actually only need really 1. Cool. For duralumin and glass, 2.5. I think 2 inserters is going to be enough for that. And then that needs to go, like, underground for a while. We get to bring this one in. And for copper and small parts, really just 1 again. Okay, that should do the trick. That was, way less complicated than I thought it was going to be, honestly. We probably could do that with fewer of the underground, or fewer long-handed inserters if I really felt like it, but I don't know if I feel like it. Let's bring in the coke, which is a whopping 0.2 a second. There we go. That will be brakes, I believe. All right, so we've done brakes, we've done control, whatever they are, control panels, we've done utility boxes. Oh, we need to expand these. These ones are easy. Let's just grab from there, actually, and do that. And then hopefully we're pushing out enough at this end that everything keeps up. Let me double check that. 1.6, 1.6, 1.6. Yes, we can stick with one blue inserter of each material there. And that is fine. Gearboxes, we're sticking to one assembler. These are going to go faster just by virtue of having more shafts. Same with mechanical parts. They can now run at one full factory. So I think that's it. I think that's the upgrade to this build. I disable one of these. This should use up all of its clay. Yes. And then I could just dump what's in my inventory. Although I'm not sure how quickly this will, this will actually manage to run out of these stacks. Okay, and that should be making anywhere from 0.02 to 0.05 extra of every sort of subcomponent of the machine parts 01 or mechanical parts 01. But these are also, yeah, these are going to start to back up, and once these back up, then all of these factories will be fully contributing their output to their various buffers here. And as these fill up, those will eventually get shipped down to mechanical parts 2, etc., etc., etc. We don't need any of these things in super large quantities, but like when we're doing stuff on rails, the buffer sizes really ruin your day sometimes. You know what I could do? I wonder if that'll work. Or if these guys will keep this, like, fully saturated all the time. Ooh, 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 ooh. There we go. Those will turn themselves on once this box is out of clay. That should be a reasonable way to do it. Oop, and we're stopped. Because we don't have Duralumin. We don't have Duralumin because... Let's find out why we don't have Duralumin. No molten copper. And that doesn't surprise me. We did just rebuild copper last week. Oh, and it's stopped. It is... Oh my. Well, there's your problem. Is tailings processing really saturated? Yes. Why? Tailings dust. Tailings dust is blocked on... titanium ore. I mean, my titanium is running. It actually should be requesting... There we go. But still, that is less than ideal, that's for sure. But I think as I ramp up more stuff that uses titanium, I mean, what is titanium used in? Am I going to be ramping up more things that use titanium? I think on the rail base, we're mostly using it for recipes like this. I think we're using it in drill heads. Some will go into vitrolloy, of course. We're not making this yet, but we will shortly. So okay, that'll help. That'll use a bunch of titanium. But yeah, a lot of what it's used in is buildings, and obviously we still haven't moved the mall to rails. So our titanium ore on rails is... Yeah. Alright. Well, I think we will, we'll get there. And this should all be running now, right? That we had a... Yeah. But it's definitely not, not an ideal situation if we're backing up on titanium ore. We find that... this stuff. Oh yeah, and we're gonna need this for the self-assembly monolayer. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna make... brake marks 4, okay. But like the self-assembly monolayer is, well, in addition to Pi Robo Port Mark 2s, it's used in a bunch of tier 2 things, but like it's used in chemical science, and I think it's used in vat brains. I could be wrong about that. It's used in the computers, not in the cartridges. Okay, yeah. So we're going to need to start getting these Intermetallics 2 things figured out. It was not necessarily on today's to-do list, but it is a soon thing. So I think with that, we'll start pulling more titanium. So I think that'll fix the issues we're having there with titanium ore. I'm not worried about those being a long-term problem. At any rate, it seems like we are buffering quite a bit of titanium plate right now. So, oh yeah, we're blasting through titanium ore. Okay, yeah, never mind. I'm not concerned about this anymore whatsoever. Yeah, because this will go through just absolute bonkers amounts of tailings. Has copper unblocked itself? No. But why? Why is there just the one train being assigned here? The train limit is 1 second. So yeah, minus 45k, so this should be able to request at least one train. And maybe that's the issue, is that these tanks are so full that it can't request more than one at a time. It's got to get down to at least, yeah, 58k. Now it should be able to request 2 trains. And there are 2 trains with this stop. Okay. Okay, I think it's just slowly catching up on the tailings backlog. And if we find copper, is one of those trains coming here yet? No. How badly screwed up is my tailings, then? That's the question. Oh, badly. Very badly. Yeah, there's a lot of tailings that need to be sent back to that station. Jeez. Okay, that was broken for a while. I'm kind of surprised at how much that was backed up, because it seems like we're going through it quite quickly now. Where was titanium? Over here. Interesting. Well, I'm confused, but it is what it is. So that's going to keep brakes slow for a little while. And then what are these guys broken on? Copper plates, yeah. That is somewhat expected, since copper is stalled. Everything else seems like it's doing okay, though. Oh, we're waiting on more small parts, though. Small parts are out of iron and copper. Uh-oh. Is iron broken too? Don't tell me iron's broken too. Oof. Oof. Yeah, tailings was broken for a while, and I just didn't know. Okay. That's bad. I should probably reconfigure this. So right now what's happening is we treat iron and steel production as like one unified thing, and then we overflow either molten iron or molten steel. But it doesn't know that if, like, we're trying to make iron, stop pushing molten steel up to stainless, although stainless is also super important, so maybe it doesn't matter. Because we could be running these faster, is really all I'm saying. If we weren't currently trying to refill this. And like, yeah, stainless is important up here. Although stainless is already getting pretty buffered, so soon that won't be a problem because stainless will be fully buffered, and that'll be that. Duralumin. So, yeah, the copper situation, or the tailings situation, has stalled out several things. Cool. There's not a lot I can do other than just wait. Like, there's a couple of trains en route. There will be more trains en route as it manages to work its way through the backlog. Iron down here was what? What's this station? Yeah. So it's already gotten a few loads out of this one. Yeah. Yeah, that's this one here. So it's going to keep, you know, whatever order it makes its decisions on for how to drain these. But it'll get to copper relatively soon. And as this catches up on iron needs in the rest of the base, then it'll also make less tailings. I wonder if titanium was also blocked on tailings? Does this make a tailings output? No, doesn't. I have no idea then. All right. Is there anything else that I can immediately kind of fix? I don't really think so. This still has no fuel. That's not surprising. I'm going to guess where we did expand the fuel production, we're not yet... Yeah, we're not making enough tar still. So that needs to be what we do. And all of that was blocked on the mall getting its act together and getting me a couple of these tar extractors, and it has. So let's head up to the mall, let's grab those tar extractors, let's get a little bit of tar going on a couple of bitumen seeps. And it does look like Twitch is about to start an ad. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because pre-roll ads are no fun for anybody. So I will take that opportunity. I will let the bots just fill up my inventory with whatever all they want to fill up. And when we're back from the ad break, we'll go set up a couple of tar extractors. That'll be a good time. After that, our next goal, well, yeah, we can't do the geothermal power upgrade till we get a couple more tech unlocks, so we can either go through some of the things I found in the base audit, or we can start on Nextlit batteries, even though we can't actually turn it on, or we could pick something else. There's options. But I'll see everyone after the ad break, and we'll get some stuff done. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the ad break. I am seeing a lot of bots drifting around here, and what that tells me is that I don't have enough bot chargers. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to add some more chargers around near the roboports here, just to try to help them. This is a good spot for some where they pick up resources down here. Got a bunch, you know, kind of scattered near the storage, and I should put more up here, probably between the bots and the... Do a couple there. I mean, I do have a bunch up here, but doesn't hurt to have more if I have lots of bots moving around. Because, yeah, you can see just this wall of drifting bots, and that means that they are running out of battery. Alright, my construction bots will take care of those over time. Alright, let's figure out which bitumen seeps we can actually use. It's interesting that the bitumen seep doesn't show up on the tar, whatever. Oh, because I guess it's not anymore. It gets replaced by a tar thing when the game... anyway. The ones that look useful to me, this one is immediately useful. I think we can grab that one without too much hassle. I saw one up here. This one I think we can get. And then this one right over here, I think we can get pretty easily as well. Let's start with this one, actually. That'll be an easy one to grab. Just take the opportunity while I'm here to pave some stuff. Got to make sure I keep my bots occupied, keep them guessing. Don't want your bots to get complacent. All right, bots, where are you? Here we go. So, over here... we are going to do is set the request to 0 for now. This is going to have to be the drilling fluid that we need to bring in for our bitumen. So let's... Ooh, before we do that, let's not break things. And drilling fluid. Bring in a load of drilling fluid. Now, where am I going with this? Right here. So that will should eventually get a load of drilling fluid delivered. Yep. And then while we're waiting, we will set up the pickup station for, oops. Set up the pickup station. There we go. And then we'll have to set up the plumbing for this once it's done its drilling. This is not the most efficient way I could do this, because every time I set one of these up, I end up with a tank of drilling fluid somewhere that we're not using. Actually, here, let's change our request. But, I don't care. Drilling fluid is cheap. So... And then, I wish I knew where... Oh, the output is going to be right here. It actually does show me. Perfect. So I don't have to wait around for this. I can just get it all hooked up. Oh, and power helps too. That should be now drilling. Yay! Okay. Beautiful. That's one. Let's get another one. I don't really know how much more tar I need, but, like, doesn't hurt. I think I said there was one up here. Yeah. Now, we just need to bring in the drilling fluid on one of these stations. Doesn't really matter which one, does it? All right. And power? Remember the... Ooh, wiring. Yes, thank you. My single biggest and most consistent mistake All right, that should be good. And then the last one I saw was down here. Yeah, there's one here that's easy to do. That is not easy to do. That's like on the tracks. This one wouldn't be too hard, I guess, if I wanted to. You know what? Yeah, well, I'm on this side of the world. Let's do that one. Yeah, I've got 2 tar extractors left in my inventory. So, let's do the one up here. And then we can also do the one down below. Let's see. Did I leave enough room here? Oh, did. Look at that. Oops, that is not what I meant to put there. Let's try again with a fluid drop-off, not a fuel drop-off. Drilling fluid, 1 train load. That will be number 3. Oh, and this is going to need power. There we go. See, this one is running. That one is counting down. Excellent. What about this one? Counting down. Excellent. This one will need its mining fluid delivery. We will check in on it later. So that just leaves the one in the opposite corner of the base that I wanted to do. But this is like 560, I think, at my current level of mining prod, tar a second, which is, I'm sure, a huge boost to whatever we were making before. one? No, next one. All right. We already did expand our consumption a little bit. We added the, yeah, let's just grow this path up. We already added more tall oil and aromatics production. So that should, that should be fine once we actually have the tar coming in. Request is drilling fluid, only one train load. And let's try to actually hook up our power correctly. Whoops, and I ran out of tanks. So we're going to have to deal with that. Other than that, I believe this is ready to go. So let's head up to the mall. We'll get a few tanks. Did I do the wiring on this one? Yes. Good. All right. This one's counting down. Oh, interesting. Mining productivity applies to the, to the drilling process. I didn't realize that. Wait, does it? Yes. These, all of these tar extractors, they have to go through this process of using the drilling fluid to, like, actually drill. And that's that, whatever, 1900 seconds, I guess. But mining productivity does apply to that. So every 2.5 of them or so, we get an extra tick. All right. Oh, I didn't power this one. This one is only 1100 seconds. Woohoo. All right, let's go grab these tanks that I need just so that I can say that that build is done and be able to forget about it. And then I'm assuming science is still blocked on glassware. I should, I guess, double check that. Yeah, PySci 1 is not being made because of glassware, and that is our bottleneck. So hopefully with this extra tar, we'll be able to turn that into more tall oil and more aromatics. Aromatics are diesel, so that is the plan with this whole setup. Alright, bots, bring me tanks. There we go. Bring me more tanks. And the other thing I might be able to do, and I should decide if I want to do this or not. I've been thinking about it, and I've come to no conclusions. Is these make aromatics? I mean, it does seem like they're being used, so I guess it's fine. Just trying to decide whether I need to... Oh, is diesel even set up as a V network void, or is it just a low priority consumer? Oh, it's just a low priority consumer. Okay, that's fine then. So yeah, as long as there are aromatics available, they will get turned into diesel. I could change this to... There's a couple of other options for recipes other than diesel, and that would potentially give me more fuel value, but I'd be worried about using that as an aromatics sink if I do something that's too efficient, right? Because we don't want to end up blocked on aromatics in other tar processing chains. So I'll have to think about that some more. But, like, even just the extra tall oil that we get from the upgraded tall oil processing is already a lot of new fuel value. So once the tar starts catching up to that, I'm not overly concerned. We'll see how it goes, but I think we're going to be okay on fuel value, at least for the short term. So yeah, like 15 minutes left on that one. A long time left on that one. 15 minutes on that one. And 15 minutes on this one. Yeah, okay. I guess we could try to figure out Nexalit batteries. That's a thing. We can't turn it on until we have power generation. Let me just show why. To get the charged Nexalit batteries, we need to use a particle accelerator. And particle accelerator uses, if you see at the bottom of this panel, 1.03 gigawatts. So this is why we've been kind of stalling, waiting for the tech unlocks to give us some slightly better power, because this thing is going to be painful. Oh, I don't have electric engine units being made yet, though, and we're going to need those to be able to actually make the particle accelerator building. So maybe we should... Is that the only thing that I'm missing to be able to make a particle accelerator? Niobium, steel, plastic bars, advanced small parts, complex circuits, intermetallics, agitators. I think I have everything for agitators. Yeah. You know what? Let's just get particle accelerators into the mall, and we'll find out quickly enough. Yeah, I'm already making agitators in the mall. Let's just get particle accelerators in the mall. I just realized the words that came out of my face hole. I don't think we need to have these ones buffer to large quantities, at least in the short term. But we should be able to see... Yeah, so we don't have advanced small parts or complex circuit boards on the mall yet. So we'll have to add requests for these, and then we need to get electric engine units going too. So that is fine. Let's just get... complex circuits. Advanced small parts.
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Happy Explosion Day! Thank you so much for the raid, Anti-Patience. What was the other thing I needed in these? I'm already losing track. Electric engine units. Okay. I think this is more things than I can actually reasonably fit in this train station. It is... I think 6 is the limit. Because I have each of these at 25 stacks, and I have 160 stacks available. So that is... what is that? Yeah, 6.4, so 6. I'll put the red circuits on here, and then I'll have to make another train stop to start bringing in other stuff. Let's get up there. Because if I'm doing anything more complex than just dropping off a couple of chests and inserters, the construction bots at the base are not fast enough for me to defer that work to them. All right, so I could link the... that is true. I could have the provider chests be the part of the buffer size. And that's probably enough to get away with... yeah, because that's 20 stacks right there. Good call. Yeah. That way we're only buffering 5 stacks of each item type in here. Well. Except the melamine, which this is going to keep topped up because I had some issues with some request thresholds, so we have a lot of melamine requested. Yeah, there we go. That is going to do what I want. So now I can put in the advanced small parts here at 25 stacks and the electric engine units. And yeah, with the warehouse just distributing, that's a lot, easier. Obviously, we still have this issue of way too much melamine, but we'll solve that problem eventually. Eventually, it'll get used. Anyway, For the raiders, our goal right now is we're slowly working towards the requirements for chemical science. Shorter term, our goals are we're working towards this geothermal power stage 2. This is going to give us a couple of gigawatts of extra power. With that extra power, we're going to be able to do these guys, these Nexalit batteries that I need to charge in a particle accelerator. But each of those particle accelerators uses a gigawatt, so we need the power upgrade first. With those Nexalit batteries, we get mechanical parts, or mechanical parts 2. The Nexalit batteries are used in one of these things, control panel Mark IIs. Those, well, the most important thing those gives us is prod modules, and we're going to start prodding all the things as soon as we can, obviously, because everything here is super expensive. But the other thing we can do with mechanical parts stage 2, well, we start to get a whole tier of building upgrades. So if we look at, like, in this water invertebrates, I think some of these buildings might even take... this one doesn't need mechanical parts 2, but it needs a bunch of stuff that's related to it. But there's a hole somewhere in here. There's a tech for... a bunch of the next tier of buildings are going to take it. I can't find the tech at the moment. We will also get improved biomass power once we have mechanical parts 2. And with that improved biomass power, if we flip over to YAFC real quick, that's 10 gigawatts. And that 10 gigawatts is the power that we're going to need to start spinning up even more particle accelerators, which we need to start the nuclear chain. So, that's the goal. The ultimate goal is nuclear, and we need nuclear for chemical science. We need these nuclear samples. Everything else that chemical science needs, more or less, is stuff that we're making anyway for, like, all of these other parts of the system. But getting to the nuclear samples, getting enough power to run all the particle accelerators we need is kind of the short-term goal. And fixing bottlenecks, getting things scaled up as we go is, of course, also happening. So yeah, as far as being able to make that first particle accelerator that we're going to need, though, it looks like these guys we just added the requests for, so they won't be in yet. But the electric engine units we're not making. So let's head over to YAFC, let's do a little bit of theory crafting, let's do the spreadsheets part of Pyanodons, and let's figure out what we need for the electric engine units. Oops. How many labs do I have running? Like 8? Although right now 0, because things have been a little bit broken, but I'm waiting on some things to catch up again after I made some fixes. We were having some fuel issues, but we are capable of producing what is that per minute? Let me flip this over to per minute real quick. Science is the only thing I think of per minute. There we go. 6 SPM is our target. No, 12 SPM. Can we do 12 on PySci 2? What did I build? Did I build for 6 or 12? We have 2 of these. So 12 SPM is where we're at right now. And then when we get to chemical science, we're going to go down to 6 SPM, but we're going to have vat brains at that point. Which, for those who aren't familiar with Pi, vat brains are basically beacons specifically for science packs for research. So they will we'll be making 6 SPM, but we will have a higher effective SPM with the vat brains running. And that's going to be a requirement before we drop to 6 SPM, obviously. We'll need to have those in place. Okay. Electric engines. God. Back to per second, please. I'm going to assume making 1 per second of these would be stupid. Yes. Even 0.3 a second might be stupid, but we'll start with 1 machine's worth. We're going to have to make rotors. I assume those are only used in engines. Yep. And we're going to have to make stators. I don't think we're making advanced small parts that quickly. Oh no, we make 3 a second. Okay. Well, maybe we can feed this. We'll make the bolts on site. That's fine. We'll bring in iron plates. We'll bring in a bunch of aluminum. Lubricant. How's our lubricant? I don't think our lubricant is fantastic. Our lubricant is not fantastic. All right, that might be the limiting factor. Yeah, that's going to be our limiting factor for this. Is this will just eat all the lubricant that we let it. I mean, I can do the fish oil and ash recipe. That's an option. I think my fish have been keeping up with demand, so... Oop. There we go. Our tar is starting to pop. Excellent. Did this one go? Nope, that one hasn't gone yet. 30 more seconds. That one hasn't gone yet. This one went. Beautiful, beautiful. Pulling, yeah, 140 a second. And the other one that went must have been the one over here then. Yes. Cool. And we've got a couple more of those that are going to pop any second now. Oh, we can watch this one. Found 768 million tar. There we go. Cool. So that's what we've been waiting for. All of that extra tar is going to be feeding into all of our fuel processing. And hopefully that will unbottleneck our science. Right, I was looking at lubricant and trying to decide if my fish can handle a minor amount of extra tar. Yes. Trying to decide if my fish can handle... Seems like fish are running okay. I might have to upgrade them, but let's find central animal processing. Fish oil. Oh, fish oil is sitting pretty full. In fact, we probably currently have fish disabled. No. We are still requesting fish, but probably just barely. What's the threshold set to? Oh, 200k, and we're at 190k? Okay, so yeah. So possibly we could do the... fish oil and ash to lubricant recipe? I was really hesitant about that, but like... How's our ash just running? It is running. So that means that we are... For the essential things that use ash, we have enough ash if this build is running. So I could set up fish oil lubricant. Because, yeah, this one is not fantastic anyway. Honestly, I could probably just tear this one down if I wanted to. Ooh. That's a tempting thought. And we do get, I think in... Yeah, we have this one coming up in ChemSci, this aromatics to lubricant and sulfur that I was really looking forward to. But in the short term, instead of trying to run this at such low quantities, I think we just get this set up. I think this is the way to go. One biofactory. Let's just drop it in place. Swap out this olefin plant. We're gonna have to figure out some train station usage down here, because we'll need to make this input station a solid station for the ash, and then we'll have to bring in the fish oil at one of these adjacent stations. But that's not too hard. The other thing is there another use for olefins nearby that I can pump those into? Because I hate to waste them. Don't think there is. Nope. There is not. Okay. Actually, before we do that, wait. How are we making olefins? That's fine. That's fine. Neither of these are, like, a byproduct of something else, I don't think. Really? I don't have anything else that uses olefins except lube right now? Oh, I'll need it for Nextlet batteries, though. Okay. That's fine. That's fine, then. Because, like, oleochemicals are just way too valuable for us right now. So I think it's fine to swap lubricant off of them. We'll use fish oil. If we run low on fish oil, we just upgrade fish. Like, oh well. I'm still running, I think all my fish are on fish module, like, tier 1 modules even. So. Yeah, I haven't even made tier 2 fish yet. And I might even have a better recipe coming up. Yeah, I've got a better recipe that I haven't decided to use yet. The deluxe fish food recipe. So. Which I assume also has a turd upgrade from my fish food turd. Yes. It doesn't make deluxe fish food, so we'd still have to make the deluxe fish food ourselves. But yeah, either way, I have fish scaling options. That's really the point. What am I making? Biofactory. Alright, bots. So we'll get lubricant upgraded, and then I guess as far as electric engine units go, this is just a bunch of automated factories, like, feeding into each other. It's a bunch of inputs. Oh, and copper cables are also on site. Missed that. It's a bunch of inputs, but other than that... How many is it? 8 automated factories. Okay. Yeah, I think we can pretty easily get this build set up. And get electric engines going, feeding into the mall. That won't take too long. So we will also request our 8 electric engine, or 8 automated factories. Really? Do I not make biofactories? I do make biofactories. Out of duralumin. Where is the part that I want to look at? Here we go. Oh, that is like out of duralumin. Where is the duralumin that feeds them all? It has no... So this is supposed to be fed from a belt of copper. There's some. Okay. So yeah, this is probably still the fallout of our being backed up on tailings processing and titanium ore and copper not running for a little while. I think we're still we're still dealing with that. I'm actually going to push this up to 2. I'll let this... I'd much rather have another train queuing up on the tracks here, in like the worst case where 2 get dispatched simultaneously, than for this to like stay full like this, right? Because we're going to break again very shortly. Yeah. We are getting 2 trains coming by. If we check our logistics for tailings, and just sort by... Well, that's not useful, is it? We can see... That's pretty much the only station that is still very full. Okay. So we have been catching up on tailings processing. It's just that, for whatever reason, this is the one that has been emptied last. And all that acid gas should be coming right to sulfuric acid. And, oh, wow. We have spare sulfuric acid for the first time in... I don't even know when. There we go. Our last, tar thingy popped. That is also filling up on tar. Excellent. So the question is, have we gotten enough that, like, things are starting to run consistently? And it might be yes. We might actually have enough tar. That's what I want to see. I want to see this getting redispatched, right? And ideally our other tar processing as well should be sitting... Yeah. Excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Yeah, and this has already got another one. Beautiful! Alright. Hopefully that gets our liquid fuel situation resolved. The other thing I need to figure out here is wherever biofactories were, and I lost them. They just need some duralumin. Okay. Let me find one of these other things that uses duralumin and see if I can... Oh, come on. There's some. Whoops. There we go. We got our biofactory. That was not the best way to do that, but that's okay. And then all the way down here, I don't know why lubricant ended up in down here, because down here is where I built all this stuff for red chips. I'm not sure why I decided lubricant belonged down here with red chips, but I made that decision. So we're going to replace that build pretty much entirely because, again, I have more important things to do with oleochemicals at this point. I just don't have enough lard coming out of animal processing to feed all of the demand for that, so... I'm also just taking the opportunity while we're coming through here to fix up missing pathways, etc. Clear the trees out of the way. Cool. Now this goes away. All of this goes away. This is going to bring in... This will be a solid drop-off, because this needs to bring in the ash. And then I'll need to choose one of these other fluid input stations and hook up the... hook up the fish oil to it. But it is ad break o'clock. I run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. I recommend getting some water, stretching your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being, and when we come back, we'll finish the lubricant build, and we will get the electric engine unit build figured out. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you hanging around during the ad break. I've been trying to decide which fluid station I want to hook up the fish oil to. I think this hydrogen might be the best one. Because I think the diborane... Is that what this is? Yeah. I think the diborane is fairly low volume, so I think it's reasonably safe to, mess with this station. That is what we will do. Go ahead and put a pump here. And then this will be fish oil. And we will add fish oil to the requests. There we go. Oh, and it would help if I also actually requested ash here, wouldn't it? So this should be probably a better lubricant option than what I was going with before. Fish oil will get delivered. Yep, no problem. Ash probably also should be getting delivered, no problem. Yeah, there's plenty of ash around the base. So I think that fixes lubricant for us. With automated factories, I guess we'll do it right down here where we've been doing all the new mechanical parts. We can set up electric engine units. That ought not to be too bad. Oop, a little further west. Only thing I need to keep an eye on with this is... Yeah, we're good here. As we get over to, like, this lake, I just need to make sure that I leave room for the rails to go south. And we are going to do a loop of rails kind of around this lake up here. And that'll connect up to this. And then we'll continue that west. And I've explained this rail plan a few times, but we'll continue that southern line west here. And that'll give us another block of stuff down at the bottom, down at the southwest corner of the base. Oh. I saw these running, but it's just biocred. That's fine. Yeah, that's not going to run yet. Oh, we got Control Panel Mark 1s in. Excellent. We've not gotten Utility Box Mark 1s yet. Not Gearbox Mark 1s yet. Shaft Mark 1s? Probably not. Nope. But control panels are like the hardest one to make, so it's going to be a while before they run. What is epoxy waiting for? What is the state of epoxy? Wait. Oh, this build is just broken. I just didn't connect the output of this stage to the input of this stage. There we go. Alright, that is epoxy. Slowly, but it's epoxy. The other thing we're all waiting for is EVA. And EVA is still waiting for vinyl acetate. Vinyl acetate is waiting for fatty acids. Fatty acids are waiting on probably oleochemicals. I can't imagine it's anything else. Yes. And that's this process that makes glycerol and oleochemicals. This is waiting for lard. And lard is... Oh, lard is actually very close to being dispatched. We only need like 50-something more lard before we get a train full of lard sent out. Is it gonna go to the right build? Who knows? I need to figure out what I have lard demand from and everything like that, but... Yeah, trits are not currently being slaughtered because I assume we're out of them. Let's make sure trits aren't broken. Trits are running. Okay. Trits are just slow. I could probably... Once I scale the slaughtering for Vaporains, lard will feel cheap. Yeah, probably. Yeah, trits are at like half a train full. But yeah, once I push Augs significantly larger, lard is not going to be as much of a problem anymore. That is definitely true. Honestly, I could probably scale my slaughtering 20 paddocks at 0.05, so that's like 1 AUG a second. What's my slaughter capacity for them? Oh, yeah. Like 0.18. I could scale this up so far. Maybe that's worthwhile. Just scaling up AUG slaughtering for more lard sooner. Okay, let's get this electric engine build done. Whoa, I'm out of asphalt. So I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to set up sort of each of the it's going to be pretty similar to how we do mechanical parts, just at a smaller scale. Each of the sort of subcomponents is going to get its own station that gets the deliveries for those subcomponents, and then it all comes together for the motors themselves. How is, has this started up yet? No, there we go. It has started up yet. Excellent. And yeah, this is 1-to-1 fish oil to lubricant, so we should get a couple of, etching solution is just wasting lard right now every time this gets a delivery of lard, because it doesn't have peroxide. That's sad. That's a problem, actually. I mean, it would spoil eventually anyway. And yes, lard will get cheaper. But still. I do need etching solution, too. Like, that's what's blocking all of my silicon right now. But peroxide's got to run first. I should probably build this second filter for hydrogen peroxide production, because it seems like that may or may not currently be the dock. Disable the station when the peroxide is empty. I could do that. Because, yeah, look at all this anthraquinone. Wow. Yeah, let's build this second filter, and doing some logic conditions here on the lard would probably be wise. But let's get the electric motors built first, because I'm over on this side of the base. All right, we need rotors, stators, bolts, and a bunch of copper cable. Let's see. A rotor is just a shaft and duralumin. Stators are aluminum plates, plastic, and just buttloads of copper cable, and we'll put the copper cable on another station. Stator, aluminum, plastic, and then Actually, can I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, the copper cable does have to come in here. That's fine. Copper plate. All right, so 2.6 items. We'll just say 3 inserters is fine. And then the copper we'll put out, and I'm going to do it as a full belt. We only need 5 a second copper plate for this build, but that's fine. And those go into 3 factories, making a bunch of copper cable. And I want all that 1 higher, in fact. Where was I? Aluminum, plastic, and copper cable. Yeah, those requests are in. I imagine we're still waiting for copper plate to catch up. Yeah, that's fine. So rotors, stators, we need to bring in bolts and sticks, and then the engine units themselves. Okay. This one is easy. This is just 2 of these just like feeding into each other. 2 sticks, and then bolts. We're ultimately making 2 a second bolts from 1 a second iron plate. Okay, that's not a huge amount. And that is way more inserters than we actually need, but whatever. And then on the other side, we're going to have solid pickup station, and this is going to be the actual engines. Below that, we will have another solid drop-off. This is where we will put in the standalone inputs for the engine units, and then we just have to belt everything else in, and we will have a fluid drop-off. for lubricant. That'll go up there somewhere. Yeah, shafts and duralumin are both probably not in fantastic shape right now. This is a small output, though. Send that through. And stators are also a small output. This is the electric engines themselves. All right, we need to bring in aluminum circuits and advanced small parts. I can do that. And how much are those? 1, 1, 0.3. All right. 3 inserters. And then the last thing is the bolts, which is at like 2 a second. Yeah. Yeah, this is massive overkill as far as how much we actually need for this. Okay, let's get this down to a more reasonable quantity. We're just doing 1 a second iron plates. All right, so we'll do twice what we actually need. Throughput as far as inserters go. Any more than that is really just a waste of inserters. Even this is a waste of inserters, but... There we go. Hey, energy generation 2 researched. Only a couple more techs until we get a couple of megawatts of geothermal. I might need to make some more trains again. That is always a constant struggle of this base. Cool. This is getting all its deliveries, and then output-wise, what are we making? 0.3 per second. Yeah, that's just this. All right, that's electric engine units. So those will feed pretty much just the mall at the moment. But that is all we need them to feed. Yeah, I could drop off some more cages here and scale this out. Although I'm curious what our number of... We look at AUG rendering. 1.6 meat, 0.6, 1.2, 2, 3.4. Okay, so we're only at like a quarter of a belt of stuff. I'm trying to be conscious of like how much stuff is coming through and what sides of these belts it's coming through on. I think when Vrox and Hogs are both being fully slaughtered, we can saturate this belt if we're not careful. And I do have some alerting set up in this system to recognize when stuff is like decaying on the belt. But we still want to make sure that we're not doing that. Also, why do I not have Vrox? That's a question that... Okay, we're just getting rid of them all, I guess. Oh, I did set Formic from Vrox as the higher priority Formic versus the synthetic formic acid. So almost certainly that's just rubber demand is pulling through, and we're slaughtering Vrox as fast as we can make them. Yep, that is exactly what is happening. So that's something to think about. Oop. And then did I actually request iron here? I did. It's not even been dispatched. And is that because iron is broken again? Or is that because... I think it's just because I don't have enough trains. That is... Wow. Oh, we got an ash delivery and a seaweed delivery at the same time. That's what's making everything kind of back up here. But they all caught up. They figured it out. That's fine. Okay, let's head back over here to the etching solution and just I like Buckmoney's plan. Let's filter the lard request when we're out of honestly, we could filter it when we're out of any of the fluids. And that way we're just not bringing in a decayable product when we don't need to. Oop. And I should have at least some decider combinators and stuff in my inventory. I do, yes. How did I end up with an extra arithmetic combinator? So yeah, if we grab that. And then... Oh, No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let's grab this on red. And then remove that. And we'll put in a decider right here. What we're going to say is everything is greater than 0. Then we can output our lard request at, no, not 30,000. 3,000? 30 stacks of 100 each, 3,000, yes. Actually, let's just do another one of these. That's easier. Let this do the math for me. We want 30 stacks. And then what we will say is output our input count on R. That should do it. And then this one is just setting the request threshold. That's fine. That should do the job for these. And then over here... Okay, we did eventually catch up on all the anthraquinone, so I don't know if we actually have to expand this or not. Because we are once again out of vanadium pentoxide. What are you? Oh, lead acetate. Yep. That is also going to use a bunch of peroxide. Alright, I'm not going to worry about the peroxide stuff right now. It'll either fix itself or it won't. Aromatics from tar are seemingly running pretty continuously. I'm happy to see that. We have lots of fuel here. And does that mean that glass is running consistently? There's lots of fuel available on the network. Glass is currently out of fuel. Have a train on the way at least? Yes. So it may be that the base is still kind of catching up on liquid fuels. It's harder for me to check that in LTN, right? Because of how they dynamically choose their fuel and how it gets dispatched. But as soon as this hits 0, this should immediately want another train. It's requesting 25K. It shows gasoline. All right. And we did get a train dispatched. Oh, it's picking up the gasoline right here. And that'll get brought over here. Maybe before the diesel runs out. Maybe not. Oh, but yeah, we have been doing pretty well then. Look at this. This glass station is nearly full. Glassware is slower, as always. Petri dishes are almost full. Optical sets are not. Fiber is whatever. I'm less worried about that. But we are making some progress here. Yeah, and this is how this is supposed to work, is we've got some diesel left, we've got gasoline, we're going to request another train load of some fuel, whatever fuel is available. And it's been dispatched, okay. But like the hope is that you always get a new delivery into here before this one runs out, and I'm not sure that we're consistently getting that. At least not right now, just because all of this is running at absolute full tilt. But that's how it works in theory, is that we get another load of some other fuel behind. Okay. Iron processing is doing fine. I mean, no. We're out of oxygen. Let that request extra trains for sure. And then hydrogen output from that is fairly full. That's bad. We do have a train on the way. So I wonder if that was stalled at some point. Where's my hydrogen void? Up here. Yeah, I mean, that's not currently running. But it's that train that's picking it up. Okay. What do I have the threshold set to on this? Yeah, more than 200,000. So that's fine. That's what I set my fluid thresholds to for pretty much all the voids. Obviously, I'd rather be making oxygen out of the nitrogen plant, but there's no good void for nitrogen, so we only get as much oxygen as we get out of that. All right. Well, I think we're okay here, or at least as okay as we're going to be. How's copper doing? Copper's just running along. Yep, we got copper. We don't really push out molten copper until solid copper catches up. So that is potentially going to be a problem as far as getting Duralumin running again, because clearly we have a lot of copper demand here. Tailings are mostly full again. Yeah. We might need more tailings processing, or something else that consumes tailings. Which is wild to say, because this is a huge build, but tailings are just causing us issues. Coal water slurry is an interesting chain for that. I will look into that one. What are you? Oh, this is just, saline tar quenching here. Yeah. Which is going to be running a lot more consistently now that we have a lot more tar. And that's going to be pushing a lot of tailings into the system. The other thing that I see that has a lot of tailings was this station. And this is oil sands? This is oil sands. All right. That's not necessarily going to be running at high throughput all the time, but... Coal water slurry. Coal water slurry. Ooh, makes aromatics and benzene. That is an interesting processing chain. Those are both useful things. At the very least, they're both fuels. The water we just void. Yeah. I mean, I could grab a few fluid separators and drop down a copy of this. Here, let's figure out the scale we want to build to in... We'll use coal water slurry as our icon. So we'll bring in tailings at, like, a lot. We'll make coal water slurry. We'll turn that into benzene and aromatics. That's the ratioed version of the build, which is a little big. Yeah, let's see. Do we already have fluid separators in the mall? Yes. They actually made right now? Also, yes. Okay. And then the other thing is DDCs, and those we might not have access to, because those are used as inputs to a lot of other buildings. Oh, no, we do. Okay. I was worried the DDCs would be empty, since DDCs are part of so many other buildings, but I think we're okay there. Yeah, we can throw down a copy of that build. So 4 fluid separators and 8 DDCs. Let's get our requests in for that. Where do I even want to build this? Where do I have a good spot for it? I've been doing a bunch of, like, random processing lines up this way, and I can definitely keep doing that. Yeah, maybe we should just do that. That's easy enough. Oh, and I need an outfall for the water. I almost forgot about that. Let's get that requested too. There we go. How are we doing down here? Still waiting for utility boxes. Still waiting for lots of things. Electronics probably won't run either. Yeah. Oof. That's not good to see. Shafts are broken on small parts. Okay. Yeah. The base has been sad. Small parts is probably just iron or copper. Iron at the moment. And we're out of oxygen again. I mean, the train is close, but... How many trains does iron request at that station? What did I set the limit to? Let's push that up to 2. I think every other part of this is doing okay. It's really just the oxygen that's bottlenecking iron right now. Steel plates are fully saturated. Molten iron doesn't get used for much right now. Molten steel is still being sent up to stainless, and obviously that's a drain on our iron production. But that should be very close to fully buffered. Oh, look, it's fully buffered. So this will get a couple more deliveries of... This will get us a couple more deliveries of molten iron, but yeah, molten stainless is very nearly fully saturated, so... Advanced small parts is blocked on iron plates, weirdly enough. And we sent out a few more. Okay, so once these run, they'll pull some stainless. So it's going to take a while until iron really, really catches up on everything. But we're okay with that. Oh, I don't have any Shoot. Radars. All right. Well, we'll build this off the grid, and then we'll have to get some more radars up here later. That's fine. We've got 1 input and 2 outputs. Actually, let's do this over here. May as well. I am fumbling all over the place with my keyboard today. Jesus. Okay. That is what I wanted. So we're going to have an input for tailings. And I think I'm going to redo this basically how we did the tailings station down here. Although I don't have the bigger tanks I used down there. That's okay. But we'll daisy chain a couple of tanks together just so that we can make our request size a little bit bigger. There's no reason not to. Yeah, that's fine. I can't do anything. Trees. Ah! Okay. And then this is going to request... Oops. How do I have this one set up? This is just a normal priority tailings processing. Okay. I will set this one up as lower priority then. And then our request will be tailings up to 140,000 because we have 2 tanks. And those will go into 4 fluid separators. Do the cold water slurry. There we go. And do the water first. I think the water just goes right into an outfall. So let me see if we have a spot somewhere around here that can fit one. Probably should have checked that before I built here. Oh, over here. That'll work. Good enough for me. And it is just about that time again. Twitch is telling me it wants to run another ad. Because that's what Twitch does. Everybody should stretch your legs, get some water, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we're back from the ad break, we will finish up this build. Because I don't think it's got that much more to go. All right, water should all be ending up over in this. Yes, yes. And then we will get the second half of this build done when we are back from the break. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back from the ad, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around. We are in the middle of building ourselves some extra tailings processing. Yeah, and this is already getting deliveries, so... and it has a lower priority, which means that Cybersyn at least thinks that we have excess tailings in the base. Doesn't surprise me in the least. So we'll see if getting this up and running helps with that. Okay, we're gonna need 8 of these guys. Let's find... I think the recipe is called benzene. Yeah, this one. And as always... God, these things are always so awful to work with. How's this position? We get the coal slurry in the bottom. We get benzene out the top. And we get aromatics out the bottom. And I think we can route that. So I think that's what we're going to do. And then at the top, same thing, benzene. One and two. There's benzene out. And benzene, I think, needs to be a... fuel provider? Yes, I appear to be doing that here. Oh, but I need a radar for that. Ugh. Let's steal this radar. So that'll be... benzene. Then aromatics will be the next one up top here. Route that through, right up through here. Okay. I think that is running. And I think that is going to turn a bunch of tailings into benzene and aromatics. Aromatics needs the overflow to turn into diesel. Copy that from here. There we go. I think we're good. Other than having stolen the radar from down here. And needing to grab the parts to make a few more of those in general. This should be able to run a few hundred tailings per second back into other useful things. Cool. How's Glass doing? Glass is still trying, I think is what we're going to say. I wonder if I want to make another, well... Why are we... Well, I don't really know what to do about glass at this point. Other than, like, hook it up directly to some source of fuel. Or put glass specifically on one given fuel. so that it's always requesting more of it. Because it seems like glass is always just kind of draining its tanks before the next train even gets dispatched. Like, we have plenty of fuel now, which is great. That's fantastic. I love to see it. The train limit is up to... the train limit for this doesn't matter. If we wanted to let it dispatch 2 trains, we would need to change how we're configuring and latching incoming fuels. I could probably say that, like, if this second tank is empty, set train limit to 2. And that would allow it to dispatch 2 trains in quick succession. I don't know if that would break any of the rest of the logic around how this thing is designed. I think it would be okay. Right? Because the station control combinator... That's another option. Is just a second fuel station. Just shove them both pumping into the same... Soon TM. Soon could be another dozen hours, so, like, it's still potentially worth fixing. But yeah, efficiency modules will be huge on Glassworks. But for modules, we're still waiting on, quite a few things to happen. How's epoxy doing? Yeah, we should get our first load of epoxy over to this relatively soon. I think everything else is still kind of broken on metals, and it's worrisome when my metals are this broken for this long. I don't think I have too much demand. I think it's just that little things have been causing issues, right? Tailings, and then whatever broke oxygen for a little while. Oxygen is... Oh, I can't actually see oxygen anymore because I got rid of the... Yeah. Oxygen, I think, is finally accruing again. So that's good. Yeah, copper's caught up on tailings, finally. That is good to see. So this will run continuously now, at least. Molten copper has to come over to Duralumin, wherever that is. Yeah, and Duralumin is still blocked on molten copper. That's not a surprise. Again, we should have plenty of copper. It's just, just taking a little while. What is this one? Oh, this is copper into... Yeah. That is also going to remain a problem, so... As long as... we're still... blocked on steam engines. And what are steam engines blocked on down here? Small parts? Yeah, almost certainly. Yep. So yeah, the base is trying. It's trying its best. Copper demand has been really high due to this and this kind of turning on at the same time, right? How's lubricant doing over here? Still running. Should be just about ready to dispatch, which is fine. Ugh. I mean, it's good to see the bots going a little bit less crazy in the mall, but I suspect they're only going less crazy because we're out of small parts and it's stalled the whole thing. I'm quite certain that if given the opportunity, bots would be going crazy again. Yeah, there's lots of stuff that hasn't been actually made. Duralumin. I could add Duralumin to our requests. But really, like, this station being constantly empty, this is just gonna suck up all the copper that we can make until we really catch up on copper production. So I'm really not sure what to work on right now. I always want to be working on something. I don't like just letting the base AFK. I'm kind of just like not really sure what we can do except wait to see how well the changes we've made work out and if things are stabilizing and if things are happy. Right? Like, oh, I know what we can do. Let's do what we were talking about. Let's add another fuel station to glass. That's a change. That's relatively easy to do. We're going to have to reroute a little bit. Yeah, these pipes and stuff down here. God. Okay. I definitely made some choices here. Yeah, let's just pull all of this out, and we will reroute things. There we go. Oh, I didn't grab, of course. I still need more radars. What do I need for radars? Circuits, iron, copper. None of those are problematic right now at all. Alright, let's go grab the stuff we need for radars. Actually, you know what? No, let's not do that. Let's just get this radar off. Where does radar hook up to? It hooks up just to the input of the selector combinator. So we can go ahead and fire this right over there. Why is this not working? Oh, is the red and green network two separate networks on radars? Oh, didn't know that. Yes, it is. There we go. So now we should have two of these. I mean, they're each getting the same signals, but that's fine. They'll make their own decisions about when they need fuel, sort of separately. They're both pumping into the same fuel pipe. So this should work fine. I don't know any reason why this wouldn't work fine. Oh, cool, and they even already requested different fuels, so that should work out fine. So this will pump till it's empty. These combinators will do a little dance. And this will request something new. It looks like more diesel. And that's fine. And this one already has a train collecting gasoline to bring it over. Yes, this should work better. I think this is going to work better with two of these here. All right, let's get everything else hooked back up that we unhooked. Because that's going to be fun. And the other thing was there was a flue gas pipe here. And that one could have just stayed in place, I guess, but that's okay. Sweet. Yeah, I think two of these is working as intended, because this is going to run out of diesel at some point. And then gasoline will be able to top it off. This should already be requesting something else. Whatever it's requesting. Benzene. I think we're doing okay. Oh, and of course, in this case, we actually got more diesel before the gasoline switched over. So we didn't really get the the actual comparison, but that's okay. We have this buffer of gasoline. We'll have other things coming in. This one's going to bring in gasoline. So they'll figure themselves out. Cool. Love to see it. Hopefully that it will be enough to keep glass going. It looks like Petri dishes are actually catching up, which is wild. These, I think, stack to like... yeah, one stack of Petri dishes in here. I could probably set that number smaller. Doesn't really matter. It is purely just to turn off the, you know, have enough of a threshold here to turn off the agar production to try to minimize spoilage there. Yeah, we can see these ones are also already turning themselves off. And then glassware is... slow as always. Optical sets are going to accumulate again. All right, well, hopefully this is the last time we have to fix glass. I feel like I have to fix glass every couple of weeks. Science is actually running relatively consistently right now. We do have Pi-Sci 1 actually being made in reasonable quantities even. So what does this say? An hour left on this research, and then however long this one takes. I guess... these ones didn't turn off because they buffered. These ones are turning off because they're not getting enough Petri dishes. Oops. So we're still waiting for, I guess, glass to catch up. Yeah, and there's another train coming by to pick up more of it. What is up with all that glass demand? All right, that might actually be the last load for a while. I think it has finally caught up. Oh, lamps. Okay, sure. Other stuff, I think, is probably about where we left it, right? Iron is stalled on... what? That's not supposed to happen. We do have a fairly large amount of stuff coming out of this station, and maybe I should be unloading with stack inserters here, but still. Oh, I feel like iron is never going to catch up. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 trainfuls of iron currently requested. So we are still quite a ways away from catching up. Some of these are not going to be very high consumption even when they do catch up. Like, what's this one? Yeah, ferrochrome. Would be nice to have ferrochrome rebuffer, but it doesn't use that much iron. Well, okay, it uses some iron. 5 times 1 2/3 is what? 5 and 8 1/3, I think. Oh, we got Duralumin running again. That means copper has actually started doing things. That is good to see. Copper is... How's copper plate doing? Yeah, look at that. I mean, there's still trains coming by to collect it all, but copper has been running a little more consistently for a little while at least. How's copper plate doing? Only like 11 requests for copper plate outstanding, if you don't count the input into the base, which I don't. And in fact, we're going to do this. We're going to set this to the lowest priority. Because I want everything else on the rail base to get caught up on copper before we start just shoveling copper back into the belt base and into the mall. Things are going to have trouble running, obviously, in the belt base and in the mall if we don't shovel copper in, but that's okay. Intermetallics are still chugging along slowly. Okay. Small parts just got a delivery of copper, but they need iron, I think, before they will actually run. That's fine. That's expected. Iron is... Iron thinks it's running. And again, some of what's slowing down iron is that we're still buffering stainless steel up here. The molten stainless is pretty much buffered. The regular stainless isn't quite. Yeah, this is still waiting for iron plate, and when this runs, that'll be more demand for stainless, so advanced small parts is actually a lot of nascent iron demand. But once that catches up, it'll be fine, because I think most of the consumers of advanced small parts are relatively low volume, right? It's all this stuff down here. Oh, we got utility boxes going. Woohoo! That's our first Mech 2 component, I think, is utility boxes. Because, yeah, control panels still need a few things. We got epoxy here, which is excellent. So this just needs MOSFETs. But MOSFETs are silicon. And silicon is etching solution. And etching solution is hydrogen peroxide. And hydrogen peroxide always makes me sad. All right, other things in the system. Brakes are still just waiting for brakes Mark 1, so those will run. Gearboxes, I think, are also just waiting for their Mark 1s. Yes. So brakes and gearboxes are going to be able to run real soon. How are gearboxes doing? I imagine they're still stalled on... Yeah, they're stalled on shafts, and shafts are stalled on small parts. Yep. That's fine. That was expected to be the case. But brakes are running at least. They're going to take a while, though. Yeah, it looks like Mech Parts 1 are pretty much very nearly fully buffered. And once those are fully buffered, everything that kind of comes in through here will prefer to go out to all of their output stations, right? So those will be fine. More iron. Ugh, I hate it when iron breaks. But yeah, right now a lot of our molten iron is going straight into molten steel and getting sent up to stainless. So I could change this. I could make some adjustments to how this works so that we always make iron plates before we make molten steel. I'm worried that that will break our steel plate production, but at least for right now, yeah, that'll stop making molten steel. Steel plates are just going to have to wait. And that should mean these guys can run, like, full-time, I think. And then this will still, I think, overflow a little bit because we make a little more than 50 molten iron a second. Yeah. 60-something. So that will, yeah, this pipe will fill up and will overflow back into like a trickle of steel production, and that's fine. But this should let this catch up on actually just producing all of the iron plates that it possibly can. Which should help the base catch up a little bit. As soon as that goes over, there we go. This should be able to dispatch a second train. And I know it wants to. Yeah, that's 2 or 4 rows, so that's 2 trains worth. Should be able to dispatch it. I'm not sure why it's there, it goes. I was saying I'm not sure why it's not, but it figured itself out. Alright. I gotta keep an eye on this and make sure that we haven't broken our steel. But hopefully... And then how's copper looking? Copper is still catching up. Iron, hopefully also catching up a little bit faster now. It's hard to tell. There's so much outstanding demand that it's really hard to tell what's going on with the whole system. Like, I could see lots of green deliveries for iron on everything. That's a good sign. You know, 3 or 4 shipments in progress. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 shipments to go. Okay, and we were 11 before. So we are better. Why does this want antimony oxide? Iron nexalate antimony. Is antimony broken? Don't tell me that. Oh. Oh. Excuse me? Alright, this is a problem. Turns out, can't just void all your gravel down to sand. Okay, we need another gravel void, and that's fine. Or another sand use. Those are kind of the options. Gravel, I mean, we could make a big concrete build again. Obviously, we need some for asphalt. There's this, into tar and tailings, but, like, we don't really need any more tar or tailings anymore. Sand. Saline water. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we always need saline water. Let's do that. Let's just set up gravel to saline. That's whatever. Let me find a little corner, and that'll be a quick build. Because we'll just set it as a high priority saline source, and it'll just always run. Make sure that we account for that in our YAFC, that we have this shown. $50 a second, void a belt of gravel into saline. Sure, why not? All right, right, so we just need 20 washers. That's easy enough. And I need to take some time and mark some of the builds we've done because I haven't marked them all. We've got the electric engine unit build that we did there. Up here. What is this? This is void tailings to benzene. Alright, are those the only two, like, real builds we did? We expanded another build, we did some other things, we changed to the lubricant build. I think those are the only new builds that we've done today. Oh, look at all the trains, I love it. Makes me so happy. 1x1 trains have been a logistics nightmare for things that need more throughput, but they do look really cool. All right, 20 washers. I don't know why I have so much lead. Let's just throw that into the logistics network. Let the bots deal with it. All right, so this just needs the complex circuits and it needs electric engine units. I can hand deliver some complex circuits if it really becomes necessary. I assume we have some left around. Yeah. I'd like to see them turn back on, but that's a whole thing. Yeah, we're just waiting for more arthropod blood. Really all we can do is keep pushing on the techs to get to the point where we can really expand our Xi build. Because these are not fast. Oh, and let's grab also the stuff we need for, let's get some circuits. Let's get some iron. Let's get some copper. Yeah. And we'll make some radars. Because we have a couple of radars we need to replace that we, or that we need to find homes for. We can do this right here, right? Because this is just gravel in, sailing out. Yeah, this is easy. Void. Lower priority than the other one. Gravel. And then a whole bunch of washers. Making saline from gravel. Okay. How much gravel do each of these use? 0.75. Could probably get away with gray inserters, but whatever. Some things are just not worth messing around with. Up. Bop. 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 And power up the whole thing. This should already have, yeah, multiple gravel dispatches heading its way because we are way behind on gravel processing. What? Why and how am I out of pumps? Okay, that's obnoxious. Here, we'll take one from there. Because it'll work without it. And then we've also got tar quenching here that outputs more saline. And this is a high priority saline? Yeah. Do I need to make this, like, very high priority then? That's the question. Does it need to be priority 1 or priority 2? I think priority 1 is fine because I make so much saline throughout the base. We hope. So yeah, stone turns into gravel, gravel overflows, gets turned into either sand or saline. And the problem is right now we don't have enough use for sand. And we absolutely have sand that comes out of some processing chains. My concern is that I also need a sand void. And I don't know how easy that is. So it might be that we just need to get rid of the... It might be that we just need to get rid of that gravel to sand build. Or maybe make that a non-void? So that its priority is no longer high priority? Sand to... Oh, crushed quartz, gravel, and iron oxide. Okay. Problem is I have to put the crushed quartz somewhere. Like, isn't the end of the world. But honestly, though, I think for now I can do this. Watch this. This goes to normal priority on the A network. It's no longer a high priority source. So now we just, anytime there's gravel available, we turn it into sand. Maybe even make it a low priority. And then when gravel outputs overflow, we turn them into saline. And that way, our sand outputs are still prioritized for, you know, drilling fluid and for the things that use sand. Yeah, because we're, like, fine on sand. Besides the real major one that needs it, or that pushes it out. But, like, we have a few things that request sand. And then hopefully what this means is that we'll just be, like, supplementing the sand that's byproducts with the intentionally made sand from gravel. And then our void for gravel is now entirely going to be saline water, which I forgot to hook a water pump up to. There we go. And then if it does turn out that I'm still making too much sand or don't have enough of a use for my gravel, we'll figure something else out, but yeah, and then our pumps in my mall just broken right now. Is that why I'm not getting any? Yes. Because small parts, and that's probably because copper. And I intentionally deprioritized this station because I want the rest of the rail base to be, like, caught up and fixed before we're sending copper into the belt base. And it does look like we're getting there. I only see 2 deliveries here, 2 deliveries here, and then it'll start just shoveling copper plate into the belt base again. Okay. So yeah, we are slowly catching up on copper. Ooh, probably gravel was becoming a problem. Yeah, I think I caught gravel just, like, right in time. Which is fine. It's fixed now. Did antimony turn back on yet? No. Yeah, it's gonna take a while before everything, before we catch up on our gravel voiding. This isn't void gravel to sand anymore. This is really just a sand build. And let's fix that in YAFC as well. Let's rename the tab. Okay. Well, I feel like I've made no progress today. I know that's not true. Ooh, pardon me, I bumped the mic. But it feels like I've made no progress today. You know, we've got epoxy actually rolling. That's great to see. We've got, I mean, EVA is still waiting on, I mean, everything's waiting on lard, kinda. Oh, I was talking about maybe doubling this. You know what? Let's do it. Let's see what we managed to break. What do I need for cages? Solder, titanium, and iron sticks. Okay. We can grab all that stuff, make a couple dozen cages, and grab a few more slaughterhouses. Let us just double the rate that we're slaughtering hogs, because I think I make way more than we're actually slaughtering right now. And there is absolutely no reason not to. Not to be making a lot more of them. Or unmaking a lot more of them, I should say. I think I have solder right over here somewhere. Yeah. All right. And if we check the cage recipe, can we make a bunch of these now? We can make 13 of them now. Sure, 20. Why not? And we need that there. Let me double check. If we double these, are we going over half a belt of stuff? That's an important question. Answer is 2.4. No, sorry, 4.4, 5.6, 7.6 items a second. Okay. So we're basically saturating half a belt with 12 of these. So let's go ahead and we'll do that. We'll drop our cages off in here. And then everything that comes up here, I don't actually want to do that anymore. Let's All right, I basically need another copy of... Oh, I did this. Wait, what did I do? How does this work? Yeah, so where each of those goes under, we want mergers. Oh, these all need to be up one extra. Okay. I'll do it 2. I'll just make sure I have plenty of space. And then... Basically, I'm just adding another layer to this mess of crazy splitter merger thingies. I'm gonna do it like that. Same deal. And then they come down here. And that'll be this belt. And then anything that comes out of that can come right down here. Cool. Because this is the output of, like, rocks and fish, I think. And then here we've got other stuff. I don't know. Out of... Oh! Jeez. So that should be a little more lard now. Not necessarily like a huge amount more lard, but a little more lard. And obviously, once we get red belts, we can merge some of all this mess together and deal with it better, but for now, this is just the situation that we're in. But yeah, we're now making 0.8 lard a second just from Augs, plus whatever we get from trits whenever we get a load of trits that we can slaughter. So, we are in better shape there. I could probably double the size of my trits build, too, if I really wanted to. They don't seem that expensive, like, material-wise. Filters aren't super cheap, obviously, but they're not, like... Filters aren't free, they're not expensive. How many moondrops have I made, by the way? The answer is lots. I'm surprised this is still running. All right, well, I think I'm going to call it here. Some progress was made today. Maybe not as much as I would have liked, but that's okay. We fixed a bunch of bugs, and we've got utility box 2s running. We've got these guys almost running. These guys almost running. We're getting closer to having all of these mechanical parts 2s just kind of slowly accumulating, and that is what we're going to need. Thanks, everybody who tuned in. I really appreciate it. We will be back with Pyanodons on Thursday. So I hope to see y'all then. And if you're watching this on YouTube and would like to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. So yeah, thanks very much. And I'll see y'all in the next one.